staff. So I'm grateful that you're all here, and I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll wake up in a little while, okay? The next is I need to approve the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda?
The agenda was posted on August 11th and it was amended on September 20th.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Bustamante, can we hear you? Okay. Can you see her? Okay. So we have the approval of the agenda, and now I'm going to turn it over to Manager Schaefer. Good morning.
You were awake enough not to call me Manager Miller, so that's a good start to the day. I just wanted to tell everyone. Really appreciate all the work that's already been put into the strategic plan. I've heard it said that an organization that has 20,000 priorities has none. And I think that this effort really does help us focus our collective resources on those things that are of most significance to the county as an organization, but also to our community. Cindy's going to talk a little bit more about the overall process for this strategic planning exercise. It's going to be spaced out over multiple days. These 2 days are really a beginning rather than an end. Today, for commissioners, this will probably feel as if you're drinking from a fire hose because you're getting a lot of information, and that was by design. We're going to ask you with the utmost respect to hold your questions until tomorrow, where all staff will be available to you, though they won't be all assembled physically present here. They'll be available via WebEx. So we wanted to have an opportunity to present you with an update of the work that has already been done relative to strategies that were previously adopted, but also by staff in terms of identifying some potential strategic planning initiatives going forward. So really appreciate your assistance with that. Tomorrow, it will be an opportunity for you to ask questions about anything that staff has presented, but also put everything that you want to see from a strategic perspective into the hopper. What we'll do after that is go back collectively and try to start to scope some of those initiatives in terms of what they may cost relative to human resources as well as financial resources, provide some potential timeframes, and then Cindy will also either today or in the interim from Friday until we meet again, provide some frameworks or strategies, for lack of a better word, as to how you might go about prioritizing things. And again, it's not only identifying the things that are important, but then being strategic in how we allocate resources, insofar as our resources aren't, to borrow a phrase, to infinity and beyond. There is a limit to what we have in terms of staff bandwidth as well as fiscal resources, and that's the strategic part of really looking at and focusing your efforts on those areas where you're going to have the most reach, the most impact, the most control, what have you. So appreciate everybody's time and everything that you've put into this already, and look forward to the next 2 days.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer, and thank you, Chair Hansen. I'm going to echo all the thank yous you've heard. One of the best things about getting ready for this process for me is getting to work with every one of you a lot. So thank you for your time and for your effort. I also have noticed, since Greg has been our manager, that a theme has emerged to our work. And that theme has really been continuous improvement. And that's hard, and it's a big ask. and every one of you has risen to that occasion. And so I feel like it's a true privilege to get to be a part of that process with all of you. What I'm going to do now is give you some directions about how this process is going to work. So we are broadcasting via YouTube, Facebook, and WebEx, so know that we probably have folks who will be dropping in and out all day listening to our work. The purpose, as Greg said, of the work we're doing today is for staff to provide an update and recommendations about the strategic plan to our Board of County Commissioners. If you do have questions or comments, you'll see that there are QR codes posted. You can scan that QR code, ask your question or share your comment, and that will be staffed and we'll get that answer to you or get your comment to the board. If you prefer not to use that level of technology, there are some bright green cards in the back. You can grab a card and just write your question and give that to either a liaison or to Sarah. I would like you all to just take a minute, if you have not already done it, to scan the QR code that is asking for your intention for the day. And just let us know what you're hoping to get out of the work we do together today. Because this is big and important work, it is also messy and nebulous, and I think taking the opportunity to just set an intention for the work we're doing helps us all to be focused. So if you could just take a minute and set that intention. While that's happening, we are going to start today with a panel discussion from Population Goal 4. So Leandro, Yvonne, Sonia, Brian, Treasurer Manzanares, Earl, Melinda, Isaiah, and Daniel Sanchez, if you all would like to go ahead and come up to the front, when we finish looking at these intentions, we'll be ready to go. So we've got seating over here by Daniel or seating up here by Greg. All right, take a minute, finish setting those intentions, and look at the work that people are hoping to accomplish today. To listen, to be present, to learn, to share, communicate the work that's already been done, to provide an update, to share updates. Lots of intention about communicating with each other, bringing people up to speed, sharing the work that we're doing, to provide updates, to be present. I really appreciate that. It's very tempting to multitask in this world, but that presence really brings a very different energy and set of accomplishments. Excellent. So what I would like to do as we move forward with these presentations is to just point out that we're all here for very similar reasons, which is to share the information about what we've gotten done this last year, and I invite you all to really learn something about the work your colleagues are doing. So with that, Population Goal 4, if we could present that.
While we're waiting for population goal 4 to be projected, I did want to share the news that it looks as if our $25 million in general obligation bonds have sold for less than 4% in terms of the true interest cost, which is a phenomenal result. And I think the level of interest by the bond market, as well as the resulting interest cost, again, reflects what the world of individuals who are investing their money in government debt thinks of our financial operations, and how we as a team and the Board of County Commissioners as our elected leaders go about prioritizing investments and making sure that our fiscal house is in order. So I wanted to share that good news. Okay. So that goes back. Okay, so I skipped over a few slides. Yellow are new proposed strategies with the sort of Batman cartoon countywide system overarching strategy BAM mark in the lower right-hand corner. For those that are existing, the general format is that we show progress, next steps, and then recommendations relative to the overall strategy, which could include changing its focus, archiving it, or potentially changing its name for clarity. So the first recommendation is relative to what we call Objective 4.3. It's currently titled Implement Solutions to Continuously Improve Processes. The recommendation is to change that to Implement Solutions to Continuously Improve Processes, Services, and Outcomes. And while that might seem like nitpicking or wordsmithing, it's an important change of focus. Process is a means, not an independent end. In other words, we may have the most efficient processes with very high activity levels, but we're not accomplishing anything of import when it comes to moving forward with a particular objective. I'm going to start with one very large overarching proposed strategy, which is to scope, procure, and implement a new cloud-based enterprise resource planning system. We're starting here for multiple reasons. One, because of the importance of this strategy to make inroads in other objectives, but secondly, because of the amount of effort that will go into such a countywide lift. I want to start by explaining a little bit of the background as to where this strategy came from. As most everybody in the county knows, we went through and are in the process of finalizing a business opportunity assessment of our finance and purchasing division and our human resources and risk management division. We utilized the services of Clifton Larson Allen to assist with that effort. And it reflects, as Cindy said, a commitment of your management team, Board of County Commissioners, to continuous improvement. And I wanted to take a minute to explain why we started with HR and with finance. First, it's that prioritization, it's impact, because HR and finance impacts every other component of the county. So by focusing our efforts there, we would have the potential to positively improve everyone else's operations as well. Second, as the county manager's office, we wanted to lead by example, and we wanted to lead first in terms of going through that effort, which is very hard. Picture yourself if you knew that all of your colleagues were being interviewed by outsiders and you were being talked about all the time in terms of what people don't like about you and how they think you could do your job better. It's a very challenging process to go through, and the mindset was, if we take a hard look at ourselves in the mirror first, then we'll earn the privilege of being able to ask our colleagues to do the same as we move forward in calendar year 24 with providing similar support and analysis to our growth management department and to Public Works. And finally, the reason that we started there is because in Sonia as our HR director and in Yvonne, I knew that we had leaders who, number one, had strength of character, that they could go through such an exercise knowing that the entire county was going to be critiquing what they were doing. Secondly, I knew that they had loyalty to the organization and that they would want to lean in to make the improvements and to accept the feedback that came from it, and that they were professional enough to take the feedback in the constructive way in which it was offered. In short, I knew they could take it. And so I wanted to acknowledge those efforts, and I wanted to thank Sonia, and I wanted to thank Yvonne by leading first by example. And to all the other directors, your time will come, and I hope that you can. I hope that you can go forward and lean into it in the same way that Sonia and Yvonne have. So thank you both for that. And speaking of strategy and strategic, Yvonne isn't present today because she's focused on our audit, and I told her that I would do my best to cover her slides. So focusing on the enterprise resource planning system, what came out of the business assessment, business opportunity assessment, was that our current state at the county includes some suboptimal conditions. Our financial management system is on site and at the end of its useful life. So we're going to have to do something no matter what in terms of making sure that our systems are robust. Secondly, we have ineffective and inefficient manual processes that do not maximize technology. These have, many of these predate Sonia and Yvonne. They've developed over the years, but the bottom line is we don't maximize the use of our technology, and we have manual workarounds and processes that aren't the most effective. Many of our systems, frankly, are not integrated with each other, and so we may have an automated payroll process, but when we take the data from payroll to put it into our financial management system to produce checks, that's actually a manual interface, and so we're not integrated across the board. And the lack of an ERP means that we don't have as much usable data or reports to help guide management decisions. So a best-in-class cloud-based ERP will help address all of those issues. It will also avoid the opportunity cost of deconstructing and mapping our processes to outdated technology that we're going to have to replace in any event. This overarching strategy will impact everybody. It's a heavy lift to move to an ERP, and it will impact all of our departments as well as elected officials, and it won't happen overnight. It's something that we will begin, but it'll take 1.5 to 2 years to complete, from scoping, procurement, implementation, testing, and training. And finally, but the get is really hard to understate in terms of improving our procurement, improving our financial processes, our budgetary processes, payroll, you name it. And not only will it help us make us more efficient, but it'll help finance and HR transition from transactional focus to a value-added service focus. The next overarching strategy that is being proposed in Population Goal 4 is to develop a countywide data analytics and program performance evaluation function. This reflects another potential area of growth for the county. While we're rich in data, we're poor when it comes to data analytics. In addition, an area of growth would be in the area of performance, program performance evaluation, where we move to measuring the success of a program, for example, the impact of Connect on public health outcomes, rather than a program's activity, for example, the number of clients served by Connect and services provided. This function would help define data needs, determine how to collect the data, and analyze the data, as well as help to develop and measure program performance measures. We're evaluating where it's best to reside and what extent we would be using new or existing FTE as well as contract resources, but it's an area that will help the county continuously improve, but also make more sound decisions from a programmatic front. The next overarching strategy really relates to there's a theme that you're going to see across several of our strategies, and that theme is really to look up and out and start to project out what our needs are several years from an FTE and operational front, as well as from a facilities needs perspective. And so this next goal relates to that. It is to periodically do space assessment, space need projections, and maintenance and operation, and establish maintenance and operation standards. Probably need to clean up that title a bit, but the idea is to periodically reassess the space that we live in and work in to see if its configuration is optimal for our current operational needs of the user department. This strategy also includes projecting our future facility needs in light of projected FTE growth and other new programs in the county. And then also, as we bring new assets online, to make sure that we're focused on the operational impact of those assets in terms of custodial staff to maintain buildings, maintenance workers in order to maintain trails, and that we're including all of that in our capital decisions and our asset decisions, that we're constantly looking again and projecting forward what it's going to mean for our operating budget. This strategy complements an existing operational practice of regular facility assessments of the physical condition and end-of-life systems of our various facilities countywide. Next overarching strategy is already in process, and that's to increase the county's grant identification, application, and management capacity. Leandro is spearheading this effort. He's already begun establishing partnerships with the grant writing team at the North Central Economic Development District, as well as working to expand the responsibilities of our capital planner, and then working across departments to refine the process to disseminate grant opportunities and make expedited and strategic decisions about which grants to apply for. The emphasis there is on strategic, is that we want to make sure that any grant opportunity that we're pursuing aligns with the goals and overall priorities of the county relative to where we want to make our investments. In other words, we don't want to have something leapfrog to the front of the line just because there might be some amount of money available for that initiative if it doesn't align to what we're trying to do from an overall policy objective. To unpack that more, if it's necessary, as the board knows, we're focusing a lot of effort on improving the availability or increasing the availability and range of substance use disorder treatment in the jail as well as countywide. A grant opportunity to build bridges put out by the Bureau of Justice Assistance is exactly the type of thing that we should focus efforts on to get, because it's available and it aligns with our priorities and what we're trying to accomplish otherwise. Moving on, there are two broadband related goals. One is internal, one is external. The internal goal is currently being projected, and that's to optimize broadband service to Santa Fe County facilities. In the interest of keeping us on pace, I'm going to skip over some of the text which is in your printed materials, but again, it is to look at you leverage technology so that not only does it provide greater capacity for county staff to do their work, but it opens up operational efficiencies vis-a-vis HVAC monitoring and door access, to name but a few. But looking at increasing the passive optical network capacity at our major campuses, there are also positive environmental impacts relative to energy efficiency, as well as improved overall connectivity within the buildings. The outward-facing strategy is to develop an external broadband plan for all of Santa Fe County. This is another common theme. It's easy to state a goal of we want broadband everywhere. It's harder to define what is the niche or what is the value add that the county can actually provide to achieve those overarching goals. And a very large component of the external broadband plan is help to be realistic in defining what can we actually do to move the needle in the direction of wider broadband access and more robust broadband service to underserved and unserved constituents. Moving on to strategy 431. This is an existing strategy for which no recommendations are made relative to the strategy itself. And this is to provide excellent customer service to external and internal stakeholders. Already have described some of the work that we've done in the finance, purchasing, and human resources and risk management divisions. We're also beginning in the county manager's office to pilot a regular customer satisfaction survey to see how that might be rolled out countywide. We've asked the board, though not listed here, to budget not insignificant resources specifically for continuous improvement initiatives. Looking forward in terms of next steps, again, the ERP system is part of this strategy because it is instrumental in terms of replacing our manual processes with more effective and efficient processes that leverage technology. In addition, we will be, looking to provide calming the crisis training to county employees who interact with people on a daily basis and have the potential to encounter conflict or disagreements. It is a component of customer service because we want to make sure that our team members, have those the skills necessary to help de-escalate verbal interactions and interactions with constituents that have the risk of becoming antagonistic or lead to bad outcomes because the customer is upset or frustrated. So it sounds, that's the name of the training, but the idea again is to help all of us better our communication skills, and so that when we are interacting with clients that are challenging in terms of the level of emotion that they may be bringing to a situation, it ensures that we're not doing anything to inflame that situation and are actually trying to calm the situation. We're going to focus a lot as we look at customer service in the growth management department. That's not to throw shade on the growth management department. It's just to analyze an opportunity that exists as well as a need insofar as they interact directly on with the public on a day-to-day basis on stuff that really matters to constituents, right? It's your property. It's your business license. The challenge exists relative to the nature of the work that they do. It's also, and so we want to focus efforts there because of the type of interactions have the potential for negative outcomes or negative perceptions on the behalf of our customers. We also want to ensure that our processes are as efficient and effective as possible in that area, because again, relative to impact, the growth management department is related to other goals that the county has, whether that's affordable housing, smart development, refining ordinances and the like. So again, it's focusing there because of the impact and need relative to interfacing with our customer base. Cindy, I'm glad you're up next because I've been talking for a while.
Strategy 4.3.2, develop an outreach campaign including social media to communicate the services available from Santa Fe County and how to access them. I am happy to say we've made big progress on this specifically because we've been able to build a team of communicators. We recommend that we revise the wording of this strategy to capture what we're doing and to capture the intention and planning that goes behind that. The recommendation is align the communication plans and procedures to ensure that communication efforts are strategically planned, consistent, and well coordinated across the county. I'm not going to read this entire slide to you, but what I would like to just point out is that we are really working to identify the message that is important to convey and then convey that message in many channels, including our new podcast, which has well over 1,000 followers in just a few weeks. And to the greatest joy of my podcasting team, is reaching a demographic of a younger audience that we have never been successful in reaching. So we have the podcast, we have social media, we have traditional press releases. All of those things have been very successful. In addition, we've begun to build very productive relationships with the press.
Thank you, Cindy. Moving on to strategy 4.3.3, recommendation is to broaden the scope of the strategy from create systems and structures to encourage communication and collaboration, to develop organizational culture of cross-departmental collaboration and communication. And again, it reflects a focus on a cultural shift at the county in terms of how we do our work. Some things that I would highlight in addition to what is on the page listed in terms of progress is that a lot of this starts with organizational structure. By structuring the county in the way that we have with Leandro working with the Growth Management Department, with the Community Development Department and Public Works, we're naturally organizing ourselves in a way that departments that should interact with each other on a regular basis to achieve goals report to the county manager's office through a single individual. So organizationally, that structure helps foster that type of interdepartmental collaboration. On Elias's side of the house, having public safety work with the, and I forgot to mention community development, for Leandro's branch. On the other side of the house, having Elias work with public safety as well as community services division might not be intuitive, but they provide services to a lot of the same clientele who are facing the same issues. And as we focus on, re-entry programming, when we focus on continuum of service for those who suffer from substance abuse disorder, having CSD, again, be in the same organizational branch of the county with the fire department who has mobile integrated health services, the jail who have people who are coming out of the community or out of the jail who need supportive services, what have you. Again, having the county organized that way lends itself to that type of cross-departmental collaboration. We also really focus in this area when we're making our hiring decisions for upper management. In other words, we're very conscious about trying to promote as well as hire people who want to build bridges, not torch them. And if you want to, again, achieve a goal of a culture of people who work across departmental lines, it's important that you hire folks who share that mentality. As we look forward, another opportunity in terms of next steps and potential growth is for continue to develop the time and space for such collaborative problem solving. The work that went into this strategic planning summit is reflective of that. A lot of ideas that were put forward as overarching themes and goals of the county came out of the brainstorming sessions that predated today's presentation. And you'll see throughout some of the strategies a greater focus on developing interdepartmental teams, whether that's in the creation of a broadband plan or in other areas. Existing strategy 434, this is related to purchasing and procurement. You know, the big next steps here, if approved by the board, would be in the implementation of an ERP so that such systems have purchasing modules as well as contract management modules. Again, it's a way for us to utilize technology to streamline and improve our processes. We are also working within reason to harness what we currently have to make progress in the interim. And finally, we are working to recruit and hire temporary staff to help us manage the procurement, primarily for capital projects, so that we're getting into the ground the investments that the board has approved. Strategy 435, I'm just going to touch upon briefly. It's currently titled Modernize County Banking Processes. The recommended change is to be a bit more descriptive, which is to optimize the county's cash receipt and disbursement process. In terms of progress to date, the county contracts with Paymentus Corporation and ACI Payments for the acceptance of electronic payments in person, over the phone, and or on the internet. All no payments have been set up at this point for electronic payments, and new payments continue to be onboarded. We are contracting with a new financial institution which will allow us to explore the possibility of a later date of bringing all of our electronic payments under the same contract. And in addition, the new financial institution or fiscal agent bank will allow us to modernize a variety of practices. You know, looking forward in terms of, you know, next steps, want to focus on, you know, clearly defining for everyone's benefit the different responsibilities of the Treasurer's Office, the Finance Division, and departments as it relates to the receipt and disbursement of cash. Set up a schedule to review the county's banking needs and available options, and then also establish a schedule to review policies and procedures to address changes in our banking services, as well as our external and internal risk to ensure that our assets are secure. Relative to strategy 436, you know, staff recommends that the strategy be broadened from streamlined land development review process to expedite growth management review and decision-making process. And, you know, that reflects that, you know, there is a customer component, which I'll get to in a moment, in terms of improving outcomes relative to making sure that our processes, not only that we improve them and streamline them to the greatest extent possible, but that we're doing everything that we can, excuse me, to help educate and train the public so that we get better outcomes. And in terms of what that looks like, I would highlight a few things. The Growth Management Department is in the process of implementing its online permitting process, which will be a quantum leap forward to allow people to actually submit their applications remotely. It will expedite the internal review process and communication process with applicants, as well as allow applicants to see where they're at in the process. In tandem with that, the Growth Management Department will be working with our communications team to create how-to videos so that if you're not sure how to approach a step or what is required by the online tool, you can simply click on the link to get a video tutorial of here's how you do this. If you do your own taxes through tax programs, again, it's trying to model what industry already gives us in terms of providing you with on-demand but targeted instruction relative to any particular step in the process. In addition, we want to, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be working with growth management through the remainder of this year, but also into the next calendar year, to do some sort of business opportunity analysis to improve their workflow processes and create greater efficiencies, and through that, achieve a higher levels of customer satisfaction. Other opportunities that exist include, public outreach. And as many of you know, a resolution of mine for the new fiscal year was to spend more time in the fields. And last Friday, or in the field or different departments. Last Friday, I had occasion to go to the growth management department, and I sat through applicant intake process. And I explained who I was and why I was there, and I had occasion to ask the applicant, I'm just curious, how did you know you needed a permit? And her response was, I didn't. But luckily, I told my dad what I was doing or wanted to do, and he told me that I needed a permit. And I relate that to the business that comes before the board. On Tuesday of this week, you had a continuation of a variance case, and leaving aside the merits of the decision, that's a suboptimal outcome, because the entire case could have been avoided had the applicant requested a permit. We could have directed them to where they could have built without violating the setbacks. So outreach, I'm not naive that it's going to solve all of our problems, but because that person perhaps didn't know that they needed a permit, we now consume staff time going through a variance process. We consumed planning commission time hearing a variance. We consumed legal department time writing orders to reflect the decisions on that variances. And we consumed your time hearing the case 2 separate occasions. And that's, again, an opportunity that we see looking forward in terms of leveraging our communications team, our marketing team, is how do we make it easy for people to know, even if you don't know all the rules, right? We all know at this point, hey, you don't dig before you call New Mexico Gas or PNM, right? It's that before you do something, call and ask, do I need a permit to do this or that? And it's, again, a matter of outreach, but also providing customer service so that we're providing easy to understand information to folks as they need it. Mr. Assessor.
Oh, now it is. Good morning, everyone. What I want to state is that a lot of what directs our office is the people, right? The constituents of Santa Fe County through statutes, through the Constitution. And a lot of our objectives come from that. And the term that we utilize in our office quite often is current and correct. So the goal is to be current and correct in valuation and what is to be valued and what is to be assessed as far as property tax. Taking over the office in January, there were some items that we knew we would have to finesse, right? That we had to complete. A lot of those items were either technical or they were cultural. But Ivan and I and the office have gone forward, and we like where we're at. We want it to be fully staffed. Like everyone else in here, right? As of right now, but I think we have 2 vacancies at the moment, so we're in a good place. One thing I'd also like to state that a lot of the objectives that we have, our goal was to work with other parts of the county, with other offices in the county. I think we've been able to do that. I'm thankful for IT. I'm thankful for Earl and Mapping to allow us to be a part of what they're doing. In their perspective offices, to allow us to continue to go forward and be current and correct. And the last thing I'd like to state is, in being current and correct, a lot of the objectives also come from the employees within the office, the employees that have worked in their respective areas for 20 years, 15 years, and also those who are just coming into our office to say, hey, have you thought of this? Have you thought of these items? And that has allowed our office to grow and accomplish and begin accomplishing some of these objectives. Thank you. So thank you again to our staff. And thank you for everyone that we work with. Thank you for the guidance and direction from the constituents.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? So the next slide, 4.38, provide effective and efficient human resources services. Can you hear me? Yes. So data was collected in 2022 from all departments and elected officials to better understand human resources needs and opportunities for improvement. I want to thank you all for being very honest in that feedback. It has been an incredible year of growth, and there were a lot of difficult times because it is often difficult when you're looking in the mirror, but I'm very thankful to hear comments from, like Isaiah, where you have 2 vacancies, or the jail when we've twice been fully staffed and then lost employees, but we're almost there again. So I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for that incredibly honest feedback, because it has really helped my team and I grow and be in a better place to understand what's needed from us to support you in a better way, and also identify opportunities for us to express what's needed from you all as well. Some of the things that we've been working on in the past year, reducing steps in the hiring process. So we revamped the EPA process. Thank you, Daniel, for you and your team's assistance with that. We implemented NeoGov to allow departments to have real-time data on what's going on with the hiring process and to have more control over that hiring process. We are now including all salary information on candidate lists so that staff know what offers can be made, and they're not waiting on HR to let them know what that appropriate placement is. They have it in advance. They can make job offers as soon as possible. We're offering, when it's coordinated, to be available to make an immediate job offer on the day of interviews. And many departments have taken advantage of that. We have been conducting rapid hire events for departments with hard-to-fill positions. We've had several departments take advantage of those opportunities, most recently corrections, and it was really an amazing process because we were hiring 10 detention officers, 2 nurses, 11 detention officers, 6 detention officers, and it was really motivating to my staff and to the staff at corrections. And those rapid hires have really assisted our departments with those needs to make sure that we're getting people in the door as quickly as possible. And evaluating the potential elimination of the physical exam requirements. And so I'm not sure how many of you are new hires, but for those of you, I'm really sorry when you have to go to Concentra and you're sitting there for 4 hours or 5 hours to get a very simple physical exam. And so we're really evaluating everything that we can do to streamline and make our processes better. And I hope that you all have noticed this, and I definitely can see that our lists are better and that our recruitment efforts are much better than they were a year ago. So the next steps, as Manager Schaefer noted earlier, we had 3 different auditors in HR. We had the financial auditors, We had Clifton Larson, and then we also had Novaline, who is our system auditor. They were all with us during the same period of time. And that process made it incredibly clear to us that we absolutely need a new system. And so I just want to explain one small process that we went through. When we implemented the class and comp, which was a great thing for the county, HR staff, in a very short period of time, we had to manually update all the job descriptions in our job bank, which is one system. Then we had to go manually update all of those job descriptions in the NeoGov system because those systems don't talk to each other. And then we had to go and manually update all that data in Novaline, all the tables, and then when the data had to be entered, we had to make all of those manual entries in the system. So it was 806 manual entries in a very short period of time. And so the ERP system that Greg talked about earlier, I just can't emphasize enough the need for that system so that every portion of what we can do will talk to each other, and hopefully the information will flow from one area to another without all of that manual entry. A reorganization of human resources is underway to improve operational efficiencies and increase performance. And really the basis of that is to move away from the generalist concept and to move into more of a specialized concept where we have somebody dealing specifically on class and comp, somebody specifically on talent improvement, somebody specifically on auditing and compliance. And so we're really hoping if we can move into more specialized areas, we can provide a better customer service for you all, and we can provide more services in the areas that you need. If Rachel O'Connor needs assistance writing a job description, she can contact somebody and get very specialized help on that. If somebody needs assistance because they're just not really good at computers and we have an electronic benefit system, they can contact somebody who can walk them through that process. And so again, really focusing on improving our customer service efforts. Implementation of the new cloud-based ERP will facilitate elimination of manual processes, and then forecasting future human resources and budgetary needs. And I know I've been talking a lot, but again, I just would like to thank you guys all for the feedback that you've provided. One thing that I have learned over the past year is that I'm no longer afraid of any of these ideas that are coming towards me, and it's really helped me to build a lot of very collaborative relationships with our departments and our staff. So it's been a really great growth experience for me and my team. Moving on to the next slide. I'm sorry, I'll try not to talk so much.
I think the next one's me.
Excuse my interruption. This is just a 60-minute timer update. We have 60 minutes left on this population goal.
Okay.
So the next slide concerns performance-based budgeting. Staff's recommending a change of focus, and where we really want to put our effort is to minimize the gap between budgeted resources and expenditures, which will provide management and policymakers with more accurate information concerning our availability of resources. Performance is appropriately measured and can be measured through other means, such as implementation of the strategic plan, data analytics, as well as program evaluation. Strategy 4.3.10, develop an interdepartmental records management team. We did correct this strategy to remove the word data since it's consumed within records. The legal department oversees this function and is in the process of working with departments to develop retention schedules, and most importantly, is in the process of hiring a records program manager to help define and develop what our records management system will look like long term. Again, the effort here is to be more efficient and effective in terms of how we manage and keep our records, how we make them available to the public, and also how we store them so that we're reducing our reliance on outside vendors and also making it easier for us to retrieve those records when necessary to respond to IPRA requests. Daniel.
Good morning, everybody. For this strategic item, we want to recommend changing the title to Create an Effective Screening and Implementation System for Information Technology Solutions and Identification and Addressing of Information Technology Security Concerns. Basically, when we want to go into departments and work with them, the subject matter experts create business analyst roles within those departments who understand what they need and how they need it and when they need it. They'll work very closely with IT, with those gathering the requirements and helping implement that process. In doing so, we'll create an overall committee to help make sure that we have interdepartment cooperation where we have one department purchasing something and another department may have a need, or they may be able to utilize that same system, but right now we're not crossing that gap. So we're gonna try and fill that gap. We're bringing on an IT project manager to help more efficiently, effectively implement IT solutions. So once we gather those requirements and requests and implement technology, have a more effective way to implement them into production. And as with everything that we do, always looking at security. So we're implementing a IT security committee. It'll bring in department leaders from throughout the county to talk about their concerns and talk about what we're doing from an IT perspective to ensure the security of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Strategy 4312 focuses on updating ordinances and resolutions. Staff recommends that it be changed so that the strategy is to develop an annual work plan to update select ordinances and resolutions. What's included on the slide reflects a number of ordinances that have been identified either by staff or by the board or by the public as areas that we might want to invest resources on. Those include various sections of the Sustainable Land Development Code. And the point of the recommendation is that we should work collaboratively with the Board of County Commissioners to identify and develop a work plan for any given year to say, here's where we want to focus those efforts so that we know what your priorities are and that we're focusing the resources necessary to get the maximum impact relative to our work. Moving on to objective 4.1. I want to acknowledge that Treasurer Manzanares and some of her staff are in the audience, but I was given permission to go ahead and address this strategy of ensuring county cash balances and investments are safe, liquid, and generating return. A lot of this is operational. It's included here because it's so critical to the operations of the county and to the work that the treasurer and her team does on behalf of the county and its constituents. We have an investment policy that defines the scope of permitted investments. We have a investment committee that is overseen and chaired by our treasurer and coordinated by her staff to evaluate where our investments are and provide feedback on the policy and other investment matters. And through it all, the Treasurer's Office is focused on investing funds with the following three principles: safety, liquidity, and yield. The Treasurer's Office is focused on ongoing staff development as it relates to investment-related responsibilities, as well as exploring technology that will help them with their investment functions. So thank you, Treasurer Manzanares and team, not only for the investment work that you do on behalf of the county, but your willingness to collaborate both with management as well as the Board of County Commissioners relative to its oversight function. With regard to strategy 432, this is maintain highest bond rating to ensure affordable access to credit markets. We, as announced at the board's meeting this week, S&P did confirm the county's AAA general obligation bond rating in September, a few days ago actually, and the value of that was on full display at today's general obligation bond sale. In terms of next steps and goals, we want to, again, implement an ERP, which will help in all aspects of our financial management, set up, revise our policies and procedures in light of any new system that we procure and implement, and then set up continuing educational requirements so that we're keeping staff up to date on our current policies and processes. Leandro.
Good morning. Myself and Earl Wright are here pinch hitting for Penny Ellis Green, who couldn't be with us today. So strategy 4.1.3 is mine today. Amend Sustainable Land Development Code and Lodgers Tax Ordinance to regulate short-term rentals. So we did make some progress on this over the last year. Ordinance 2022-07 for licensing and regulating short-term rentals was approved, and the ordinance amended the business license ordinance, but not the SLDC. We also worked on Lodgers Tax Ordinance. That was updated, and some changes were made to allow more use of our Lodgers Tax. And a study is being conducted currently to understand the STR environment, including the number of units licensed and unlicensed, and the impact on our neighborhoods. So some of the next steps coming forward is to consider possible STR ordinance amendments when the consultant has reported on the data, including continuation or an end to the moratorium. And our staff recommendation would be archiving strategy 4.1.3 and replacing it with evaluate the short-term rental regulation, registration, and licensing ordinance and the impact of short-term rentals and the need for different or further regulations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Strategy 4.1.4 is titled Develop Sustainable Solid Waste Fee Structure that considers potential need for subsidy. Staff's recommendation is to first define sustainable rates. We believe this is important because sustainable can be taken in a number of different ways. So it's one of the tests that we would like to, as we bring this forward to commission, we would definitely like to be discussing what does a sustainable solid waste rate look like. Currently, under progress, we are working with New Gen Strategies to have a cost of service study. We anticipate the draft this week and anticipate finalizing that shortly thereafter and bringing it forward to Board of County Commission in, I'll say, the fall, winter of this year. One of the things to call attention to as we look at what the definition of sustainability and as it relates to the fee structure is, right now the county subsidizes solid waste operations about 90%. So we bring in about 10% revenues on the punch passes and the bag tags that we sell. So that's about $250,000 to $300,000 on a $2.5 to $3 million operational budget. So what does that look like? We hope the cost of service study will evaluate that and bring forward some options for addressing that. Strategy 4.1.5 is similar to the last strategy. However, this is reviewing and managing staffing and revenue plans for a sustainable water and sewer rate structure. Similarly, the staff recommends that we define what does sustainable mean. as it relates to water and sewer rate structure. Currently, we're required to annually look at our rates and specific as they relate to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Index annually and adjust them accordingly. We did that July 1st, and I think the percentage was about a 4.5% increase on the utility bill that went into effect for the August bills. Upcoming steps, we are going to be, as we are doing currently with the solid waste rates, we're going to be initiating a cost of service study for our water and sewer rates, and we anticipate doing that, initiating that procurement this fall and winter. Moving forward, we have a large challenge ahead of us with the Pawlequet Basin Regional Water System that has a lot of layers of complexity in a number of areas, but one is as it relates to the cost of that facility and the operational cost and the rates associated with that. So we expect to be evaluating that a little bit within the cost of service study as that project nears completion in the next several years. That'll be important to part of the cost of service study and how we deal with that. One thing of note that the cost of service study that we anticipate hopefully bringing forward some options to address. Currently, our water customers, wastewater customers are skewed. So we have about, if you look at our system as a whole, we have about 85% of our revenue is brought in by our water customers versus the 15% of our revenue brought in by our wastewater customers, whereas our expenditures are inverse. Our expenditures are about 85% on the wastewater side and 15% on the water side. So how do we look at that? That's one of the topics of our cost of service study is to bring forward hopefully some options for solutions for addressing that. And as it ties back into the strategy in a sustainable manner, and hopefully better defining that.
Okay, relative to strategy 416, staff recommends replacing this strategy, which was somewhat arbitrary in saying consider additional gross receipts tax increments in 2027. Instead, what we would like to have as a strategy is that we develop 5-year expenditure and revenue forecasts beginning with fiscal year 27. And again, it's a theme I alluded to before, is we want to start looking forward several years as to what our operational needs are going to be, projecting how many more firefighters we need, how many more cops we need, what have you, so that we're planning our budget now for those impacts several years out. And by providing that longer look at revenues and operations, we think that then will, revenues and expenditures, will then facilitate the review and analysis of whether or not revenue enhancements are appropriate. With regard to strategy 417, we recommend that this strategy be archived as it's now operationalized. In other words, we look at our reserve policy on an annual basis, and as we set the reserves that are required by the policy, we always ask ourselves whether or not we should be doing more given climate change or other factors. 418, there's not been a lot of progress to date as we focused resources in finance and other areas, but we think that the recommendation for the strategy should change from collect receivables owed to the county to evaluate and enhance county's accounts receivables policies. And that might go beyond collections. It might go to operational decisions, to use something that Brian mentioned the other day in our brainstorming session of how we set up accounts. Is it in the name of the property owner for water and wastewater, or is it in the name of the tenant? How you set that up impacts how you could go about collecting the revenues that are owed. 419, Brian.
Strategy 4.19, maintain roads, facilities, vehicles, and equipment to maximize service life. Greg touched on this in one of the earlier slides, looking at look at how we operate and as it relates to service life. There's a lot in this strategy, and we recommend dividing this strategy up into 3 focus areas, breaking out roads, facilities, and vehicles, so we can focus individually on their service life and assessing those. Underway in progress. From a road standpoint, the Commission heard this earlier this year during the budget process, but we recently implemented a new approach to analyzing our roads and assessing the roads that resulted in increasing our operational budget and maintenance budget for roads from $500,000 a year to $1.9 million a year, and that's based on our roads assessment and using data to inform the decisions. So this year is the first year we'll be investing more into our roads to maintain that level of service on the roads and extend the life of the roads. And those are paved roads. As it relates to, we have a lot of dirt and gravel roads in the county. Currently, we are utilizing our utility or our Lucity work order system to look at how often we get calls for service. And we've switched from a reactionary approach to a more of a proactive approach in scheduling our work. So if a road needs to be graded or appears to be based on call volume and requests, every 4 weeks, now we're grading it every 3 to 4 weeks. So we get ahead of getting the call. So we're using data to inform our decisions. And it's back to what Greg was saying, looking at shifting the way we provide customer service by utilizing data and to inform our decisions. As it relates to facilities, we are in the process of finalizing the scope of work to initiate a facility assessment of all our facilities. That's buildings, structures, parks, open space, trails, everything that we have within the county, to do a facility assessment on that, to look at the way they operate, the way their maintenance needs, any capital and needs, but doing I'll call it a reset, so that we can understand where we are at currently with our facilities. And lastly, and not to the vehicles and equipment. We have a large number of vehicles and equipment that Public Works Department oversees. Outside of the Public Works, Public Safety also oversees a lot of fleet and equipment, and we need to maintain the useful life of that. We have currently a committee that's called VERB, that is a cross-departmental, cross-organizational group that looks at assessing how we purchase, what we purchase, looks at the life expectancy of those vehicles and pieces of equipment. And so in the upcoming fiscal year, we're anticipating looking at those existing policies as they relate to hybrids and electrification of our units, and what's practical and how we move forward on those.
I think I was identified to present this, so it really it cuts across a few areas of the county, but this is evaluate county projects for service life, best return on investment, and energy efficiency. We don't recommend any changes to this strategy. We did, in the reporting period before that, look at changing the SLDC relative to energy efficiency, and we are currently utilizing the state's adopted HERS 70 and energy rated building code. Looking forward to fiscal year 24, the hope is to develop and bring to the board for approval some building materials and other performance-related construction standards. We think it's appropriate, to get that level of buy-in from the board, as the adopted levels of standard will have a direct impact on project cost. 4111, Melinda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be discussing strategy 41.11 to improve county risk management efforts. At this time, we have no recommendations to change anything on this strategy. We currently are wanting to improve county risk management efforts by integrating a culture of safety in developing safety programs for San Fe County. For example, confined space, hazard communications, excavation and trenching, to name a few, heat illness and awareness. Also, once those are created, the programs are we're working through a hub broker contract. We took advantage of the services that they provide to utilize a risk consultant to help us to ensure that these programs, as they're written, are OSHA compliant. Once this is completed, it will go through legal review, and then it'll go through the county manager as well as through the unions for approval. And once that's completed, then it will be presented to the board. With that, we are working really, really hard with public work programs because that was initiation from when I first started. We're near completion and hoping to push those through. Once that's done, we will train and implement those safety programs and also start throughout the countywide departments to create programs, safety programs throughout. Also, with that and the consultant's advice, we will be doing job hazard analysis per position and also be determining what will be needed as far as PPE for each position and job-specific training once the job hazard analysis are completed for each position. We're currently working on an EAP. We're revising it and the fire protection plan with our consultant to ensure that we are OSHA compliant. In that, we had 2 modifications, so we had to pull back. One was to implement an Informacast system via Cisco telephone system, and that's an internal process that we're going to be utilizing for our employees. With the help of IT, we're going to implement that system. Also, in collaboration with RECC, the Sheriff's Department, and the Emergency Management Team, we will review the EAP and the FPP so we're all on the same page going forward. In addition to that, you were given a data analysis document that you can review and you can ask questions later. But per that document, it illustrates that the cost per workers' compensation claims continue to decline based on severity, meaning the severity of the cause from one extreme to the next. The next thing we are working on is looking at that data and determining what the root cause is for all the high claims, and then we can implement the trainings based on those high root causes so we can decrease the claim and have less of a severity as well. Finally, our next steps is to finalize the emergency action plan in working with RECC, the sheriffs, and the emergency task force. As well as updating the safety manual based on the new programs and policies that we're currently working on. And as well, finally, to train staff on emergency communications, on software and protocols. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Strategy 4112 is explore impact fee increases to cover expenditure related to growth, including public safety, infrastructure, and open space. As those who've been on the board, for more than this year know, the issue of impact fees have come up from time to time, and really what I'm going to recommend is that we provide the board with enough data so that you can make a business level and philosophical decision of whether it's something that you really want to pursue. And by that I mean we can probably give you pretty accurate or accurate enough estimates of what revenue you might actually take in from impact fees, and then you can weigh that against the impact, no pun intended, on our constituents of those fees. And to put it simply, we have fire impact fees, we already have development review fees, and we also have utility expansion charges for water and wastewater that are already on the books. There's tension between those fees and other things that we want to see accomplished, most notably affordable housing. Even if you're talking about a new subdivision, all of those costs just get passed on to the person buying the house. It's not as if it's coming out of the developer's profits. If you're talking about someone who is coming to build a home or an accessory dwelling structure, again, that's money out of our constituents' pocket at the time that they're trying to make an investment that's going to lead, all other things being equal, I'm looking at the assessor, to increased valuation and increased property tax revenue. We're asking them to also pay fees to the county. And, back to the permitting session that I, sat in on the other day, the applicant wanted to build a structure for her horses. So an accessory dwelling, I don't believe that there was going to be any electricity, what have you. And the overall fee was $129.20. Might not seem like much, but that was somebody that we were, taking that payment from at a time that they were trying to make an improvement to their home and also increase the value of their property. And if we add on to that, again, you can envision how that might start to hurt even more. And also, when we think about customer service, we put it in the context of they don't want to be our customer, they don't have a place to go, and we're charging them to be our customer at the time that they're coming in to get a development permit. So again, that's a little bit of editorializing, but the point is, I think we can get you enough information so that you can evaluate that at the 50,000 foot level and say, we don't want to pursue that at this time, so don't invest more effort into refining the process to come back to us with concrete numbers by various impact areas. This is objective 4.2. I think some of this Sonia has touched upon already in terms of her overarching overview, so she might go through some of these strategies at a higher level. Thank you, Sonia.
So we'll skip over this slide, Cindy, just because I covered it earlier. Moving on to strategy 4.21, develop, support, and maintain an equitable, diverse, and inclusive workplace. Staff is recommending combining three strategies into one overarching goal. The progress that we've made, of course, the class and comp, which was designed to address pay equity concerns. Most of our positions do have experience in lieu of education, so a job description that requires a bachelor's degree, if you have 4 years of related experience, you would still qualify. Rapid hiring events targeting Pueblo members, that is being explored. And then we did change the sick leave incentive program to actually encourage staff to use sick leave when it's needed versus incentivizing them when they don't use sick leave. Next steps, evaluate removing high school degree requirements in positions that might be appropriate, continuing to explore alternate sources of talent, including New Mexico Workforce Solutions. Thank you, Commissioner Green, for moving that forward to us. The Santa Fe Public Schools work-based learning programs, and of course, the Adult Detention Facilities Matrix program. And then working to implement mandatory diversity training.
Please excuse the interruption. This is just a quick update. We have 30 minutes left on this population goal.
Strategy 4.22, paying competitive market relevant compensation. We have no recommendations. Progress that has been made was to prioritize staff salaries and make that the highest priority. There was several items that were that progressed that. The 6% COLA, the 2% COLA, and also changing the tiers for insurances to maximize employee pay. The class and comp cycle is now operational in the handbook, and we have a commitment from our commissioners and the manager to reevaluate that every 2 years. And then salary increases for unionized positions that greatly increased our staffing and recruiting efforts. 4.23, provide meaningful, relevant, and effective employee evaluation and performance management. We have no recommended changes, but the progress that we have made is we have researched effective evaluation systems in other organizations. There is a committee put together right now that's evaluating our current system and how we can improve that moving forward. And so the next steps are to develop and implement a new evaluation system that's meaningful to supervisors, employees, train, of course, on the new system and implement it, and then analyze a new merit pay policy and performance management system and move that forward. Strategy 4.24, support employee morale to increase retention. Again, staff is recommending combining strategies into one overarching goal. The progress that we have made, remote work policy, we kept that. And also we offer flexible schedules. We offer wellness programs to include the manager's fitness challenge, the walking challenge. We offer free gym memberships, of course, EAP, health assessments, and many other wellness incentives. Increased support and oversight of the Employee Benefits Committee. Thank you all, because that greatly supports morale. Implemented the county manager's field office visits, so we have our own undercover boss, kind of, and increased employee recognition at BCC meetings. So the next steps are to develop a tool to measure staff morale.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sheen from my head usually blows my cover. But the one thing that I wanted to briefly highlight on that point, and this is really, not only for the Board of County Commissioners, but also for all of our department directors and supervisors, is how important it is what we do on a day-to-day basis to create an environment where we show appreciation, where people enjoy coming to work. Not that we don't give honest feedback, not that we don't challenge each other, but that we create an environment in which people want to work. As part of the time that I spend in the field, I always ask, why do you keep coming back? In today's labor market, you could get another job, and you could likely get another job that's pretty comparable to the one that you have here. Why do you come back to Santa Fe County? And folks really appreciate, obviously, everything that the board has done on the compensation front. But the first thing that people say is, I like the work I do, and I like my colleagues, and I like the environment that I work in. So again, it's those intangible things that you have the ability to control every day that the Board of County Commissioners has the ability to control when you interact with staff, whether it's at board meetings or otherwise, to make sure that we send that message in everything that we do, that we value our employees, we appreciate what they do. Again, provide honest feedback, we can hold each other accountable, but we can provide a very supportive environment and one in which people want to come to work. So if we can all commit ourselves to that individual goal every day, I think it from what I'm hearing and what people are telling me, that's the biggest driver of employee satisfaction and why people stay.
Strategy 4.25, develop career ladders within compensation classes and opportunities for growth. Human Resources, in collaboration with Cindy and Daniel, thank you very much for your assistance with that, is producing easy-to-read graphics of existing career ladders, and will add this information to training for supervisors to develop a grow your own culture. We have received support from our management not only to work with EDGE to provide the courses, but those are done on a weekly basis here on work time and are offered to all county employees to get their EDGE certification and get that supervisory experience that's needed to be able to continue to grow in their careers. CPS designation is a substitute for supervisory experience. And that was moved forward. How can we grow if we've never supervised employees before? So we also have been working with Santa Fe Community College to offer leadership training, customer service, Microsoft Excel, and Word courses. Next steps, investigate human capital skill set inventory to open up more opportunities for staff within the organization. Explore career counseling concept to assist employees in identifying opportunities in their growth, and create departmental succession plans. And finally, because I talk a lot, 4.26, develop a culture with a nimble, adaptable approach to work. Staff, again, is recommending combining strategies into one overarching goal. The progress that we've made, again, remote work policy and flexible schedules, the Santa Fe County leadership and other trainings that I just covered. Reorganize the directors meeting to create a standing forum for interdepartmental collaboration. FY24 funding to support continuous improvement initiatives. Desktops are now being replaced with laptops and docking stations. And the next steps, investigate opportunities for job sharing and part-time positions, which I'm really excited about. I think it's a definite need. And then again, reorganizing human resources and risk management so that we can better assist with all of your customer needs.
Objective 4.4, adopt a strategic plan and manage resources and decision-making accordingly, has been operationalized at a level that staff now recommends that we eliminate this as an overarching objective and move it into a strategy under 4.3, where it becomes part of how we do business and continuously improve. With that in mind, our recommendation is that it becomes a strategy that says review and revise the strategic plan annually. It was in my head.
So strategy 4.4.1, complete capital projects on time and on budget through the capital improvement plan, or CIP management process. So some of the progress we've made, once a capital project request is fully funded, it becomes a project that is assigned a project manager, and one of the first steps to develop a project schedule. Upon completion and acceptance, the project will be transitioned to operations and appropriately budgeted for. Next steps, in fiscal year 24, Public Works Project section will develop a mechanism to assess, track, and report on performance as it relates to on budget and on time. We're developing a countywide planning and capital project process that establishes clear and reasonable expectations to current workload for project delivery. Public Works will retain a consultant to assist in assessing the general operational cost as projects are transitioned to operations. Current excessive cost inflation due to supply chain issues, staffing shortages, and retaining staff has limited the number of contractors bidding work, et cetera, thus increasing project costs and extending contract construction times. So we're working to address that. And last, Capital Advisory Committee's role should be expanded from project ranking and scoring to also include evaluation of project cost and delivery. And to add to that, we're going to expand who's on the Capital Advisory Committee to be able to look at things like procurement as we're developing our capital improvement projects. So one of staff recommendation is to reorganize strategies in this objective to objective 4.3.
Strategy 4.4.2, document and review business processes and procedures to reflect best practices. This is something that Manager Miller talked to me about when I was interviewed for this position. So this has been on my mind for a long time. We've made great success and really are going in the right direction in working with Clifton Larson Allen to complete analysis of the processes that we have in place in both finance and human resources. We're looking to expand that exercise across some new departments. And in all of those cases, as we evaluate the processes we have in place, as we move to a new ERP, we will also document those not only in a clear way, but in multiple channels so that people may want to pull out a manual, they may want to go to a website, we may even need to implement some videos so that folks can access the information that they need in a timely and convenient way. We've also identified a technical writer who we may contract with to help us move through this process quickly, because this is really important that as we improve our processes, we all know what those are and we're doing them consistently. Really, the next steps across departments is to identify where processes need to be mapped and improved, and then get that in writing, on video, and out to the folks who are doing those processes. Strategy 4.4.3, develop department and division level strategic and operational plans. This is really the very logical next step of strategic planning, and many of our departments or divisions have begun to do this work, or in some cases, thank you CSD, already had them when I got this job. So in many places, open space being another great example, people have really clear work plans, and those flow directly from our strategic plan. My role in supporting that work is to help people implement Invisio, the software we use to manage the plans, and then really track our progress so that we can report that out to anyone who might be interested. There are other departments that don't have those plans in place, and we'll work together over the next year to identify the work that needs to be done, really think about how to make it measurable, how to collect that data, and then get it documented. Strategy 4.4.4, implement online strategic plan and project management software to track county progress and efficiency. I'd like to ask you all to cheer that this one is completed. You don't really have to cheer, but Invisio, in fact, is in place, and everyone in this room is trained and using it, and that feels like a great victory for all of us. Staff recommends that this strategy be reworded to maximize the use of Invisio software to communicate with the public and manage operational plans, performance data, and progress monitoring. As Greg alluded to earlier, our data is only as good as our ability to use it and make sense of it. All of these strategies we recommend moving out of 4.4 and into 4.3, again, because they're operationalized. Finally, 4.4.5, develop a strategic coordination team and process. This strategy came directly out of all of our good feelings last year when we came together after being separated by COVID, and there was the suggestion that we have a structure in place to get together and do the kind of work we did last year. What we've begun to see is that too is operationalized. We are doing this in a regular way. And really the best example of this is the reorganization of the directors meeting, where we will go through the strategic plan in a regular way, and it won't just be like Christmas. It's not an annual event. It's something we want to do all the time. So this strategy we recommend archiving because it is really part of our practice. The other fabulous news I have for you is that we did that in exactly 90 minutes as allocated, which means we get a 15-minute break. So please be back here at 11 for the next population goal. As you all realize, whoa, that is loud, or I am loud. As you realize, we are going through our population goals 4, 3, 2, and 1. So next we are going to review the progress that we've made on population goal 3, which is to support a healthy community.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. We're also getting a bit of an echo here from this. If we could get that corrected, that would be great. And so, but I wanted to start just saying a few things about our department and some common themes that we see running across today's slides and that we deal with on a daily basis at CSD. And so common words that you will see are, number one, behavioral health. Increasingly over the past 5 years, and a result of our health action plan that we put into place years ago, our department is becoming increasingly focused on community-based issues related to behavioral health. And it doesn't matter if it's the Youth Services Division who's seeing a real uptick in terms of adolescent and youth behavioral health challenges, or whether it's our behavioral health division or our senior services division, where we're struggling to find services for seniors that are experiencing behavioral health challenges, some of those due to dementia. It is the common denominator amongst all the services that we provide at the Community Services Department. And I think you'll see that throughout the slides. What you'll also see is a focus on public awareness. Over the past year and a half, we have really sought to increase the community's knowledge of our programs, and that includes Connect. Jennifer Romero, and we're going to refer to this throughout the document, has created new materials related to Connect, La Sala, our DWI program. We are increasingly trying to reach out so that people are aware of the services that we're creating and that are funded by Santa Fe County. I think the third thing is evaluation. CSD has been in a tremendous time of growth, really starting in the pre-COVID days with the onset of the Connect program and the La Sala program. And we are seeking to understand not just, as the county manager said, how many people we're serving, but are those services impacting people's health, either their mental health or their physical health. And I think the last thing I'm going to talk about in terms of an overarching issue for CSD is diversity of funding. The county, to me, has been incredibly generous in starting behavioral health programs when nobody else was. And it's a theme that's here at the county, but it's also across counties in New Mexico. Many programs are stepping up to the plate to provide services. And a lot of those programs that Santa Fe County started are being replicated in other areas of the county. I think La Sala is an incredible example of a diversity of funding in that New Mexico Solutions is now reimbursed by Medicaid. Our funding is being toned back, and we are blending funding from the state of New Mexico and from Santa Fe County to support the La Sala program. We want to and strive to find that blending of funding for all the programs that we have at CSD, and that's a goal for us moving forward. So we're going to start out talking about our Connect program. We're going to go through all our programs, hopefully in a timely manner. and showcase the work of the CSD staff, many of whom are here today and are doing, I think, a really great job. So thank you for being here. Patricia, I'm going to defer to Patricia to start us off.
Thank you, Rachel, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Santa Fe County staff, and anybody else who might be listening. Connect is I would say it's a flagship program for the county in promoting a healthy community. It was started by the county in 2018. It's now in partnership with the City of Santa Fe, as well as United Way. And Connect provides our residents with the resources they need for health and well-being, including housing, food, transportation, utilities. These are often referred to as the social determinants of health. And our strategies in terms of the plan for Connect are three. First, to increase the number of people who are served with Connect. Second, to grow the Connect network with new partners. And third, to increase and diversify Connect funding. Under Jennifer Romero's committed leadership and working with our community partners, and we also have a stellar team of hub navigators who are county employees, the number of people served by Connect has really grown by leaps and bounds. I have some numbers here, I won't read through them, but to date over 7,000 people have been served. And over the last several months, we have really ramped up our public awareness materials and outreach. We have created new sandwich boards that are across the city and beyond that have in key locations. We participate in local events regularly. We've produced new rack cards, which we have here, so people can see them afterwards. And, you know, we also do so many presentations throughout the county on Connect, which in its own way is really important to increase public awareness. And increasing the number of clients served is very much tied to our strategy to grow the Connect network with new community service, community-based service nonprofit organizations. We've added several organizations just in the last few months, including the New Mexico Immigrant Law Center, the Santa Fe Indigenous Center, and the Mountain Center. And we will be adding PNM and the CASA First Judicial District Program. We now have over 200 navigators and over 60 programs. And as I said, Jennifer is I almost want to say all too often, just because it takes a lot of time, but it's one of the reasons people are so familiar with Connect. Jennifer is frequently giving presentations to organizations who are interested, and also to other counties who would love to have a comparable program there. Our third strategy is to increase and diversify the Connect funding. You know, the county started Connect before it was even called Connect. And the county, as well as now the city, have primarily been funding Connect. One thing we are looking at is Medicaid reimbursement for navigation services, which would allow services provided by navigators within our Connect community-based organizations to be reimbursed by Medicaid, and our county navigators as well, the services they provide could be reimbursed. Some of our county staff are working toward becoming community health workers as well, which is a separate certification process. We've also met with the state, and they are very interested in pursuing something statewide, and I would say, in essence, using our Connect program as a model. And as you know, commissioners, Connect was recognized by the National Association of Counties with an Achievement Award last year. In the 2023 legislative session, $700,000 was allocated to the Human Services Department for a closed-loop referral system, which will be matched by federal funds for a total of $6.1 million. We've also developed a wellness fund and a memorandum of understanding with United Way 211 and the city that allows for funds to support Connect, which could also include individual donations. And we will also be bringing forth at the October 10th BCC meeting a resolution urging the legislature to provide funding to Santa Fe County for our Connect program.
Moving on to strategy 3.1, Patricia touched on this briefly, and this is a strategy that is important not just to the Community Services Department, but across the county. And it is exploring the possibility of becoming a Medicaid provider. As Patricia mentioned earlier, the Community Services Department provides a host of funding of services that now could be reimbursed by Medicaid. In addition to that, the jail provides healthcare services that also could potentially be reimbursed by Medicaid. So the question I think that is posed for the county, because being a Medicaid provider is no small task, is do we wish to become a Medicaid provider in Santa Fe County? And we added a strategy to our plan, in part because soon our hub team for Connect will be eligible to be reimbursed by Medicaid, but it's really a larger county issue for discussion amongst the departments as to whether or not that is a way that we wish to move forward with.
A longstanding goal for CSD and for the county as a whole is to see that as many residents as possible are enrolled in health insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. And in 2020, we funded Consuelo's Place at the Midtown campus to participate in the Connect network to do navigation and enroll people. And all our Connect Hub navigators are trained to assist people to enroll in health insurance and are working with Be Well New Mexico. And I just have to say that this really requires continual training and retraining because, as anybody knows who's ever tried to enroll in any kind of insurance program, it's complicated and the state requirements are frequently changing, and people need and appreciate the patient and attentive assistance in getting enrolled that our navigators can provide.
I want to add just a little bit to that as well, about the life-changing ability to get people enrolled in health insurance, in particular in Medicaid, in the state of New Mexico. We've had people come to our office seeking assistance who have had no health insurance and massive bills. And our ability to, at times, retroactively enroll people in Medicaid has been life-changing, in specific for some people that I know in our community who were facing massive payments without health insurance. I think also one more point is that the reentry team at the detention center has also been assisting the county and people that are leaving the jail in Medicaid enrollment, and I want to recognize that as well. We try to find areas in the county where people will be able to be enrolled or often re-enrolled in Medicaid, so that they can cover their health care costs, for example, as they're coming out of the detention center, if they've been there for some period of time, but also if they're in treatment or in our Connect program. Those are good pressure points where we can make the service available and have it be something that is life-changing.
Another longstanding goal for CSD and again for the county as a whole is to increase access to food and the consumption of healthy food. And we do that, our primary service that we provide within CSD directly is through our seniors program to provide home-delivered meals and congregate meals to the elderly, as well as eco commodities to low-income seniors. And we have many low-income seniors within Santa Fe County. Also, we applied for and we were awarded a New Mexico Food Security Grant. This was through the governor's office in the amount of $1.3 million for Food Depot to procure a mobile food trailer, which can be a kind of walk-in grocery store. It will be is serving now, especially rural areas and other underserved areas of the county. And also, the grant was able to purchase additional vehicles to disperse meals as well as bulk food. We have a contract with YouthWorks to provide prepared meals to homeless individuals, including at Consuelo's Place at Midtown. And I have to say, COVID really was a way for us to see how important it was to already have Connect in place, to already have some of our food relationships with food, people who provide food in place, because boy, did that need increase exponentially during COVID, and of course is still continuing. Food is something that everybody needs, and we do not have as much. Can you hear me now? Okay. We contract with the Food Depot to provide access for food insecure individuals. We sit on the Food Policy Council, which is a joint city-county body, and the couple of county staff who currently serve include Kika Ortiz at Senior Services and Nate Crail within Growth Management. Just yesterday, the Food Policy Council hosted a tour of Reunity Resources Farm, and several commissioners were on that tour. There will also be a food summit, and I just learned that it is scheduled to be at the Santa Fe Farmers Market on October 19th. The Food Policy Council is chaired by David Sundberg, who is the policy director for the Santa Fe Farmers Market Institute. And we have very close working relationships with all these people, and we've had a long-standing contract with Pam Roy of Farm to Table, who is really a nationally recognized food and agricultural expert. And she continues to do excellent work in making sure that we know about possible, grants and other funding, and connecting the dots within the food community and agricultural community in Santa Fe County.
We're going to shift a little bit and talk specifically about some of the behavioral health needs of Santa Fe County residents. I'm going to talk first a little bit about La Sala. La Sala is the crisis center that was started by Santa Fe County. I believe we have been operating full-time for about 1.5 to 2 years now. It is what's called a living room model. It provides intermediate crisis support to individuals and their families who reside in Santa Fe County in a relaxed environment. It really, in many ways, is a partnership with the Public Works Department in some ways, who created the beautiful environment that holds the services to people, because I believe that's important in the area of mental and behavioral health. It's also co-located with a detox center, and we contract with 2 providers, New Mexico Solutions, who runs the crisis portion of La Sala, and Santa Fe Recovery Center, who provides the detox services at La Sala. In addition to that, the program has really been seen as a model because it does a couple of other things. It pairs itself with a mobile crisis team. So our mobile crisis team can go out into the community, work with people, people who are unable to be stabilized in the field, we can bring those people back to La Sala for more intensive, longer support services. And we have also just funded a program that provides intensive long-term care. It's called Assertive Community Treatment. It will also be linked to La Sala and provided by New Mexico Solutions. So what it means is if you came to La Sala in a crisis, you could now obtain services if you have what's called an SDMI, which is a severely disabling mental illness, and get long-term support services through La Sala as well. It's really fascinating and moves us forward in creating a comprehensive system of services for adults with behavioral health issues in Santa Fe County. We have, over the past year, really sought to increase the public's awareness of La Sala as a service that's available to everyone, not just to people with severe behavioral health issues. If you have a mental health crisis, your needs may be episodic. You may have sudden flare-ups of depression or of anxiety that increase your need for services when other years you may be continually stable. So we've done a public awareness contract with Fire Stick. We've created a host of materials specific to La Sala. We have brochures, we have rack cards that we've created and put out at local hospitals and at other places in the community. I think one of the most important things that we did, and I have a lot of these materials here, is we created little wallet cards that people can very discreetly put in their wallet that describes the crisis services, provides all the contact numbers. We can hand these out, for example. In the community, there are times when we hand them out to people, and I see Chanel shaking her head because there are many people in our community that are having behavioral health crises. And the gamut is everywhere from the people that are experiencing homelessness to our neighbors. And our ability to give them something small and discreet that they can use later is important, and we've increased our ability to do that through some of the materials that we've created. We've also run ads about La Sala in the paper, but I think what's happening that's increasing the number of people that we're serving, and that number has doubled in the past year, is really word of mouth and the ability for people to know what's available in the adult system of care for people in Santa Fe County. In addition to providing outreach, and I should say actually as part of providing outreach, we also contract with New Mexico Solutions to do specific trainings, and those trainings may be for law enforcement, they may be for community groups, they may be for the fire department, the sheriff's department, RECC. We train the alternative response unit. We train the police department. We train Christa St. Vincent. And the training that we provide is twofold. Part of it is de-escalation training, and the second part is really about the services that are available through La Sala. We also just met with the new director of the Behavioral Health Services Division. We recently did a tour for the mayor to try to increase the public awareness in the community about the availability of services through La Sala. As I stated earlier, the La Sala Center was started by the county through two specific gross receipts taxes that were put into place. One supported the development and the renovation of the building that's on Galisteo to be a home for the service. The second supports daily operations at La Sala. We started out with a contract of $1.6 million a year for New Mexico Solutions. Every year that's reduced by 10% to increase the likelihood of sustainability. We oversee that contract. We oversee the building issues that might come and try to facilitate with the Partnership of Public Works resolution to those issues. And that's part of what we do, as well as looking at data on a weekly basis of the number of people that are served through the La Sala Center. Santa Fe County, through its funding stream that is the DWI program, has $300,000 that we provide to Santa Fe Recovery Center to provide detox services. And we work very closely with Santa Fe Recovery Center to do that. I'm going to mention in several different places that the Youth Services Division under Chanel's leadership is also putting out a new request for proposals in order to solicit additional treatment providers of medication-assisted treatment in the community or other treatment options for the residents of Santa Fe County. As you know, we've seen a lot of significant increases in Santa Fe County, in the state of New Mexico, in the United States, in terms of substance use issues related to both fentanyl and alcohol. Our fentanyl, the number of people that we see overdosing from fentanyl has increased exponentially over the past 2 years in the time that is post-COVID. We are seeing increased youth that are needing services related to fentanyl. But the real problem, in addition to fentanyl and a long-standing problem for New Mexico, is alcohol. And it was in the data in the past couple days that we have seen a 30% increase in the past 2 years of the number of people in New Mexico that are dying because of alcohol-related issues. And you will also see CSD moving forward with a legislative request to seek to find some answers to that, including the alcohol excise tax and other evidence-based solutions.
Please excuse my interruption. This is a quick announcement. We have 60 minutes remaining in this population goal.
Thank you.
So we have a law enforcement assisted diversion program. You know, when Rachel was talking at the beginning about overarching themes, you know, and one other one for Community Services Department is how much we work with people who are somehow involved with the criminal justice system. And our Santa Fe County Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, which provides intensive case management for people who are criminally somehow involved with the criminal justice system, and who have low-level offenses and have behavioral health and substance use issues. We are changing the name. We have changed the name to Engage. This was at the suggestion of the sheriff's office because LEAD had negative connotations for many people. So we have a new name. We are rebranding, and the partnership we have with the Sheriff's Office, and thank you to Sheriff Mendoza, and with the District Attorney's Office and the Public Defender's Office are really what are making Engage work. It is still relatively new. It started out, we applied for and got funding from the Department of Justice through the Behavioral Health Services Division, and that funding is now ending. And so we have some funding challenges ahead of us. We did put in a request, which was favorably received by Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office for congressionally directed spending, and we hope to know more about that soon, as many people also want to know what is happening with Congress and spending soon, we hope. We also this year added the Santa Fe County Detention Center to provide referrals into our Engage program, and the town of Edgewood, the police department there, is now also part of our Engage program. In terms of funding, we are also recommending, and this will come before the BCC at the October 10th meeting, we are recommending that the state legislature allocate funding to support our Engage program.
So as we've expanded services, we've tried to be sensitive to the fact that a lot of those services are located in the northern part of the county. So several years ago, actually as we were moving into the pandemic, we put in place a strategy to try to expand our harm reduction and other services into the southern part of the county, specifically into the Edgewood area. The Community Services Department released a request for proposals to work with the fire department and the program that they have in place there to address specifically some of the needs related to harm reduction and treatment that would be available to people in the Edgewood area. We issued a contract to the Mountain Center, and they have been working to do some harm reduction activities in partnership with First Choice. So what the Mountain Center really did was increase, for example, the outreach efforts in that area so that people could receive Narcan. People had access to syringe exchange programs that are provided by the Mountain Center, and people were informed of the availability of medication-assisted treatment through First Choice in that area. I want to say that it has not been an easy expansion process to southern Santa Fe County, in part because it's difficult to recruit and retain staff in that area. And the Mountain Center has just recently spoken with us about the difficulties that they are facing in that area. We are also, through Chanel's leadership in youth services, looking at working with the government body as well as the public schools in the Edgewood area to provide instruction through our DWI program and intervention and prevention services in that part of the county. We're going to be continuing to find innovative ways through many of our programs to increase our outreach in southern Santa Fe County and to provide services in that region. Coordinate community-based stakeholders to establish a comprehensive system of behavioral health services. This has been sort of talked about throughout our presentation this morning. In 2017, we created a behavioral health strategic plan. And that was in the early days when we were just starting our Connect program, and we were trying to identify those areas in which the county can be most effective. And part of what we did during that time period is create what we call Behavioral Health Leadership Team, where we bring together the major providers of behavioral health services, advocates, NAMI, other government entities such as the city and the state, to talk about the needs of people with behavioral health issues in Santa Fe County and to plan to address those. Our work was somewhat interrupted by COVID and our ability to address that. We are now, and have been for a year, meeting again. We fund a lot of the ideas that come out of that group. We also have recently hired a consultant, Ramona Flores Lopez, to coordinate that group, and we are going to be bringing a resolution forward regarding the leadership team and the county's role in behavioral health as we move forward with this important team. The evidence-based programming that we're doing for people with behavioral health issues, and I'm going to talk specifically about adults, has been really significant, I think. And I have alluded to some of it throughout. Certainly, assertive community treatment that we just funded is a intensive wraparound service for people. Generally, you have to meet criteria that includes either prior hospitalizations or multiple incarcerations in order to qualify for the program. It's the most intensive healthcare service that is funded in this country for people with behavioral health issues. And we are starting a program, it serves a small amount of people, but what we're seeing is increasing severity of the presentation of behavioral health issues at La Sala. We need to have a service that recognizes that severity. I also want to say that we provide startup funds for that program, but we are requiring that provider to also be on Medicaid. So the short-term funding that we provided will be matched by state funding that will take over the long-term operation of this program. We've provided multiple funds for treatment services in the community. We fund La Familia to provide medication-assisted treatment. We provide intensive case management services through our Engage program. We have funded in the past year the RISE program, which really works with people that are leaving an incarceration setting who have completed treatment and need short-term housing and case management supports in the community. We are in the process of putting into place an employment program that will also assist people that are leaving the jail in finding viable employment at the county, and specifically at some of the positions that are hard to fill. We're just in the early stages of creating that program, but it's something we hope to have in place shortly. And we also provide funding for just a variety of different things, a mobile crisis team and public awareness efforts, as well as treatment efforts across the county. I want to talk for a minute specifically about the services and CSD's role in serving people that are leaving a detention setting, because over the past year, we've had a lot of discussion between ourselves, the Public Safety Department, the County Manager's Office, and there really are two different issues. One is, what services do we provide in the detention center? And the second is, what kind of services can we provide in our communities to support people as they're leaving a detention center? And there are a lot of really complicated issues surrounding both of those issues. So the Community Services Department is trying to focus on what can we do to increase the likelihood of people getting effective support and treatment as they leave a detention setting. And so talking about, as the county manager alluded to, the Building Bridges grant will allow us to participate in planning efforts to bolster community-based services from the Community Services Department perspective. LifeLink, who oversees the RISE program, have been effective in providing housing for some people that are leaving the detention center, and really assisting people with wraparound case management and other support services. But increasingly, CSD is focused on this issue of integration and diversion for people that are just involved. As Patricia was speaking earlier, the Engage program, we fund a program at Magistrate Court that provides alternative treatment services for people that are going through the magistrate court system and for people that are diverted or recommended into our Engage program. I think it's interesting and relevant to state that this is painstakingly hard work for people that are coming out of the jail, for people that are working in the jail, for people that are working in community-based services to try to provide needs for people that have at times very extensive behavioral health needs. And we are slowly expanding our services. We've had great outcomes through our Engage program, but we're doing it with the knowledge that it is at times one step forward and two steps back, and that our ability to meet the needs of people with extensive histories of behavioral health issues and incarceration is not easy. I think this next slide is one area that we need to do a better job in, and that is developing training to educate Santa Fe County employees on mental health support services for county employees. I think that the HR division really does a good job of providing public awareness about the availability of services through the EAP program. And a lot of people who work at CSD access these services. We want to, over the next year, try to educate our colleagues at the county about the availability of services through La Sala, because we're in a time in our history where anxiety and depression for both adults and youth are significant public health issues, and in fact are probably the predominant public health issues that health departments across the country are trying to address. And sometimes those come with substance use issues as well, and sometimes they don't, but it is becoming something that is more prevalent in the general public and more acceptable in terms of accessing services. We've had many county employees who have come and knocked at our door and said, we do not know what to do in this particular situation. CSD, whether it's through our Connect program, our youth services program, or La Sala, has been able to effectively assist people, and we want to make sure everyone is aware of those services. We're going to move on and talk a little bit about youth services and DWI and senior services. I'm going to talk quickly, but youth services is an area that I think the county is investing in and the need is growing in. The data, and I know I've said this to the Board of County Commissioners before, but the data that is coming into our consciousness about youth is that many of our youth, in particular young women, are experiencing behavioral health crisis at unprecedented amounts. And that can manifest in a substance use issue or a fentanyl issue. It can manifest in depression. It can manifest in a series of different ways, but our post-pandemic experience has shown us that the need for the development of a comprehensive system of services for youth, whether that's hospital-based services or that's community-based services, including psychiatric services, is really necessary in our county. We have heard story after story after story from both parents and young people about their experiences in this area, their inability to get access to hospital-based services, their experiences that are often frustrating and traumatic in the emergency room, their inability to find partial hospitalization services or community-based services like as psychiatry is really limited here. We want to thank the Commission for the money that was put into our budget this past year. We have been very active in this area, and we are releasing a request for proposals right now to try to increase the capacity of our existing providers to provide supportive services. Also under youth services is the issue of DWI. The DWI program has just completed a new public awareness campaign. I have lots of materials up here, and this campaign was targeted at bars and restaurants, specifically to disseminate our materials. And we have been very participatory in expanding services through schools in terms of substance use prevention, being at community events like Zozobra National Night Out, the County Fair, working to expand into Edgewood, and issuing contracts to increase our ability to serve, both to prevent DWI and to provide treatment services once somebody has been convicted of a DWI. Our teen court program, we have just hired a new program manager in teen court and are fully staffed in this program. We are providing services through the summer with referring agencies being municipal court and juvenile probation. Summer is typically a slower time for the program as school systems are on summer break. We've served 203 youth in calendar year 2023. We continue to provide supportive services through our teen court program in the county, and are actually, I believe, ramping up right now to start to provide additional services as the schools start being players again. We have a variety of contracts in place to serve youth in our county. And some of the providers that we work with are Team Builders, the Sky Center, the Mountain Center. Many of those provide specific services for youth and adolescent that are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. We have, both Chanel and I and other members of the Community Services Department have been meeting with providers and with families to try to ascertain at what point can we intervene with our funding to have a maximal impact on the system. And I'm just going to provide one example of this. One of the areas is the emergency room. We have a lot of families whose youth or adolescent child or young adult experiences a crisis who end up in our emergency room. And the emergency room, both in Santa Fe County and across the country, is not equipped to address a behavioral health crisis. Often they're in there for 5-10 hours. There is not a strong recognition of the needs of people with behavioral health issues or that are in crisis. And most importantly, there's not a system to refer that family or that young person experiencing the crisis to a higher level of care or a community-based care system. This is a very consistent need that Chanel has identified and that we hear about daily. And so we have worked with Christus and have funded a position so that people that are coming into a emergency room and presenting are given specifically to a person who can assess the situation and make an appropriate community-based referral. So we have an MOA also with Christus, who is trying to hire for that position right now. We are looking at additional gaps, and we are releasing funding to address those gaps. And last of all, but not least of all, the Youth Services Division has also been doing a specific public awareness campaign around the dangers of fentanyl. Chanel has done an excellent job of putting together a community-based group to guide the public awareness around fentanyl. And we understand the need to continually try to address this in every one of our healthcare systems, whether it be the jail, the community-based provider system, or within our neighbors and friends. I'm going to talk a little bit about senior services. Can you give me a time check before I?
We are about 35 minutes, so there's 35 minutes remaining for this population goal, and we are on slide.
A little bit faster.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll try to go a little bit faster. We issued an RFP to do a needs assessment in Santa Fe County about the needs for the future needs of our senior population. We have put together a what's called a PPR packet and are working with procurement to try and identify where we should best plan our growth in both the array of senior services that we provide, the array of services that we provide to seniors, and the locations for those services. And that is in process, and Maddie and I are working together to get that moving. Navigate high-risk seniors to appropriate resources. We have a specific person, his name is Ian Donnelly, who serves on our Connect team and provides specific assistance to seniors that are seeking a higher level of need services and supports in our community. So for example, it's not unusual for Maddie or her staff to call Ian and say, we have someone who doesn't have any heat in their home. We have somebody who needs better transportation services. Our Connect program can do that. We can't meet every need, but we can meet many of those needs. We have 67 seniors in the third quarter of fiscal year 23 that were entered into the Connect program. Some of those seniors have really gotten extensive services. Ian is particularly good about getting, for example, ramps built. Some of the services that they've been able to provide include increased meal delivery services, accessing things like wheelchairs or in-home supports for people that have mobility issues. Increase home delivered and congregate meals through senior centers. I think that now that people are starting to come back to the senior centers, we've seen some increase in the number of congregate meals that we're providing, but not the increase that we anticipated seeing. We increased significantly the number of home delivered meals that we were providing during COVID because the senior services were closed during that time period. Many seniors in Santa Fe County have continued to receive home delivered meals. we are starting to do outreach to increase the number of congregate meals that we are providing in the county. Santa Fe County Senior Services Program, like many other areas, has struggled to recruit and retain cooks. It's an increasing everyday issue. Maddie and I talk most mornings about whether or not we have enough cooks for the day. HR has been very helpful to us in this area, but cooks are hard to find in this environment. Increased enrollment of Santa Fe County seniors in county-funded services. We are starting again to do more trips with our seniors out into the community. And recently there have been a number of events, day trips and activities at senior centers that they're participating in. We're trying also to increase the number of transportation units that we're providing in the county to go beyond those emergent healthcare needs to provide a regular healthcare transportation in non-emergent situations. We are continuing to work with the Public Works Department on a whole host of projects, including, and I'm sure that Brian will have an opportunity to talk about this, but a new senior center that is being built by the Public Works Department out in Highway 14 by Cerrillos. We are, as many of you are aware, the Public Works Department is planning and is in the process of beginning demolition activities in Santa Cruz with the plans to build a new center there. Santa Cruz has really grown significantly, and we are looking forward to a new center there because it is the area of the county where we're providing the most expansive services. And we are looking forward to the needs assessment being completed so that we can plan what array of services that we need to provide moving forward. So I think that completes our presentation on the Community Services Department activities. So I'm going to turn the next one over. Thank you for listening. I know it's so much information. And in closing, I just would like to say how much we feel supported by the commission. Really, in all the time that we are here, we have just felt tremendous support in the programming that we want to do, and are proud of the county's efforts in healthcare and in improving the wellness for people in Santa Fe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam O'Connor. Good afternoon. My name is Brett Clavia with the Santa Fe County Planning Division. Nice commissioners and staff, colleagues, friends. This objective is number 3.5, and it is to maintain and manage and conserve existing open space, trails, and parks to provide recreational amenities and access to the natural environment. The recommendation from staff is to add the word conserve to reflect the fact that some open space properties are managed for conservation and are not necessarily designed to be open to the public. Maintain and manage existing open space, trails, and parks to provide recreational amenities as well as conservation of and access to the natural environment. So strategy 3.5.1 is to maintain and manage open space properties according to the annual open space work plan and the open space strategic management plan. As far as progress, we have a yearly work plan for resource management and planning development. We budget open space projects and maintenance with consistent revenue stream. And our County Open Lands, Trails, and Parks Advisory Committee, or COLPAC, still making recommendations on property purchases and donations of open space. The next steps are to incorporate COLPAC acquisition recommendations into a yearly budget process. I want to refine the process to include an estimated range of development and maintenance cost estimates. And we want to prioritize properties to open to the public and manage, subject to the budget availability. Also want to expand our volunteer program to assist in the maintenance and management of our plans and development of the open spaces. One of our recommendations is staff request guidance specifically on the La Bajada Ranch, Santa Fe County Ranch property, and recommends that this asset not be developed at this time.
Thank you, Brett. Strategy 3.5.2 is to maintain and manage the parks to provide recreational amenities and access to natural environment. For those of you that don't know, back to something Greg said earlier, we work collaboratively with Growth Management, we being Public Works. Growth does a lot of the planning aspect of this, along with COLPAC and their various partners, and Public Works does the, I'll call it, operations and maintenance largely of these facilities. So it's a collaborative effort, as Greg had referenced earlier. Breaking down silos within the organization is key to this success. So as discussed earlier, earlier this morning, the county's initiating a facilities assessment this fiscal year that will include the parks and trails and open space and recreational facilities that we have, as well as upcoming, we plan to initiate a strategic management plan for these facilities. Just to give you an example, several examples of ongoing work that we are currently implementing with funding from capital outlay from the state and bond issues, as well as GRT from the county. We have funding for the Oscar Huber Park, which is also known as the Madrid Ballpark. We're going to be doing grandstand improvements, painting, cosmetic things, bird improvements, as well as the staircase there. And that totals about $400,000. And that is planned to schedule for completion in March 24. The commission is definitely familiar with Romero Park Phase 1, and that is, if you've driven by there, that is nearing completion. That's at about a $4.4 million project where we've invested in pickleball courts, parking improvements, walking paths and trails, food truck parking area, to name picnic structure, to name a few of things. And we're scheduled for completion October 23 for that project. And several more. Nick Sanchez Park, also known as Carlson Park, it was recently renamed to the Nick Sanchez Memorial of him. It's about $260,000 of improvements. We are utilizing a contractor as well as doing some of that work in-house, some of the grading work with our roads crews to save money. And that's about a $260,000 project where we'll be installing playground equipment. That's scheduled this October 2023. Nambe pickleball courts at the Nambe Community Center. It's about a $146,000 project. We completed that this month. And lastly, another example is the Galisteo Park, about a $108,000 project. That's an installation of a shade sail over the playground equipment as well as the benches, and that's scheduled for completion in November of 2023. So these are representative projects that come out of planning exercises and different funding that Public Works then takes and implements. A proposed strategy is to manage and operate community centers, fairgrounds, and recreational facilities. This is a new proposed strategy. As many of you are aware, and if you're not, as part of the fiscal year budget approval, The management of community centers, fairgrounds, and recreational facilities was transitioned from community services to public works. So some of the upcoming strategies that we are looking at to assist with that operation is to leverage technology. I think I was not involved in the discussions. This was predated me on the transition and why what the basis of that was for, but it makes sense in a lot of ways because we touch community members with our utility billing system. We have systems in place that can assist with the operation of those. So leveraging technology will be key to the operational success here, utilizing our utility billing system, as well as access control, expanding into electronic calendaring, as well as our utilization of our existing electronic payment system. Also, as discussed earlier, our facility assessment coming up this fiscal year will touch on these areas as well to help out with the operations and maintenance aspects of these facilities. Public Works has always operated or always maintained these facilities and working jointly with community services, but now we will not only operate them, but we'll maintain them. So we're going to be utilizing our work order system to help with that, to gain some efficiencies. Here again, utilizing technology and as Greg mentioned earlier, looking at the data and how we can utilize the data to inform our decisions. And lastly, similarly to the last strategy, develop a strategic management plan. We'll also touch on this area. I believe that closes out population goal 3, and I'll turn it over to Cindy.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your attention. These issues are important and complex, and I appreciate that you all are bringing such good attention and such important detail to these topics. There are lots of lunches. Please help yourself. If you have a colleague who was here and has left, you can remind them that we did count them for lunch. So lunch is set up in the break room. Help yourself. We're finished a little bit early. Yay. Please be back here and ready to go at 1:30.